Get whatever makes them happy. Thank you, Haley.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Very good, thank you. I am very happy to be here. My name is Lily Angarita from Stamford, Connecticut.
Welcome, Stanford. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you very much. What is your name?
My name is LaKaisha. I'm Region 5, so I handle Danbury, Torrington, Waterbury area.
Oh.
It's very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too.
I see you're smiling.
I am very happy because I can enter. Then now I am in the training. Then I am very happy.
Me too, believe it or not. To me, it's like my first day of school. I bought a new shirt. I'm excited.
Yeah. I take the shower too.
That's really good too. I think everyone appreciates it.
Yeah, I am fresh.
Parlez-vous français? Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
Yes.
Training. Yeah.
Yes, this is wonderful. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. 100. Oh my God. More than 100?
Yeah, I know. Believe it or not.
I can't believe that.
Me either. Who knew?
Yeah. Oh my God. It's a lot of people.
But we're a small state, so we're all family amongst our regions here. So that's why it's good that everyone puts their name in the chat. So if you have a question, you need assistance, you can always get it from your sisters or brothers in the chat from the different regions because we all work together collectively. So I'll go first. You can put what makes you happy in the chat if you want, and you're welcome to come off mute and tell me as well. What makes me happy is my new shirt that I got for $5. Oh, coffee is a good one. I like coffee. Coffee is a very good thing. It makes the day go round.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Okay.
I have this little box that have like different, can you see it? There you go. Different sayings on it. And the one that I choose is share your kindness with the world.
I like that. Because you need more kindness. Some people are just not nice, and I don't understand why. Everyone needs to have kindness. I'm a big believer in being fair and kind to everyone else. Just being respectful. Would anyone else like to share? Oh, my pet's air my lungs. It's time for pumpkin spice, guys.
Mine is a picture of my son.
Oh.
That's what makes me happy.
Oh, he's cute. How old is he?
Oh, that's really old. That was when he was like 3. He's 7.
Ah. Anyone else would like to share? Children, grandchildren, alike.
Hi, I did the same thing. I put my kids. So this is my daughter. Very proud of her. She's in college right now, so she's a junior. Thank you. And then my son.
Oh, that's a blessing. That's wonderful. Absolutely amazing.
Good morning, everyone. I like to share a picture my dog. She makes me happy. I have her on desk at work, and she's my happiness.
Oh, she's cute. That's a cute dog. I like that. Good morning. I see we have a few more people who joined us from the beginning. Good morning. My name is Lakaisha. I'm Regent 5. I'm one of the liaisons. There's 5 of us on the team. Please put your name and your agency that you're in. The meeting is being recorded for people who could not attend. And our director had a family emergency, so she will not be joining us for the first session. Thank you so much for joining me this morning for our exercise. I'm going to move on. Thank you so much for continuing to put all the comments in the section. I'm reading them as we're going along. It's a wonderful congratulations to everyone with new babies, college, animals, pets, friends, family. And Ashley Murphy, I'll pass it along to you.
I think we can do a roll call for OAC staff. So La introduced herself. How about Haley Scott? You want to introduce yourself and the region you work for?
Hi, everybody. I'm not sure if you can see me because I am the driver today, but I am in Region 1.
Great. Jen?
Jennifer Wilder here. Hello, good morning, everyone. And I'm supporting Region 6.
Awesome. Connie?
Good morning, everyone. Connie, hi. I work on data collection and reporting. Welcome, everyone.
Luz?
Luz Rivera, home visiting program liaison for Region 4.
Awesome. And Sandra, I don't know if we have Sandra on, if she's joining us today. And if not, I will go ahead. I'm Ashley Murphy. I'm the program liaison for Regions 2 and 3. Had to think about that for a second. So now I believe, so I'll quickly go over what we're doing today. We have 2 parts for this morning session. We're kind of going to talk about the Office of Early Childhood, our history of home visiting. If you guys can mute yourself, that'd be great. The history of home visiting, and then we'll go a brief overview of the upcoming sessions this month. And then we're going to hear from the evidence-based models that we have being implemented in Connecticut. And we'll be hearing from the people that are implementing them every day, providers like yourself. So I will now turn it over to Jennifer.
Okay, so just as I'm gonna just wanted to mute everyone really quickly. Teams is a little squirrely, as you guys may have recognized this morning. And so you guys can feel free to be camera off because it helps the system run a little faster. We have a bunch of slides here today, and so we'll be able to engage at some points in time. So if you turn off your cameras and put your lines on mute, it would probably help the system move a little bit faster, and then we won't have all the interference. So welcome, everyone. I am going to share a little bit about the OEC. So first and foremost, I wanted to be able to share the mission. You guys have it here. We're going to be able to share this slide deck, so you'll have some of these things as point of reference moving forward. So the mission of the OEC is to support young children in their development by ensuring that early childhood policy funding and services strengthen the critical role families, providers, educators, and communities play in a child's life. Next slide, please. I'm really excited. I've been a part of the Advancing Equity and Anti-Racism Committee that was formed by the Office of Early Childhood several years ago. We got reinvigorated as a result of recent events that happened in the country, and been able to really hone in and focus on a weekly basis on figuring out how the Office of Early Childhood can be aware, accountable, and responsible as it relates to racial equality. And so we've come up with some statements, some slides that we have, and you guys will be able to have those as a part of your toolkit to kind of talk about where the Office of Early Childhood stands. And so just as a point of statement, I want to be able to read this to you. So awareness, accountability, and responsibility are at the heart of the OEC's commitment to advance equity and take a firm anti-racism stance within all aspects of our early childhood partnerships, policies, and programs. As such, OEC has diverse committees within the organization that engage in both internal and external work to achieve these goals. And so some of those committees, just so you guys know what we're working on, is diversity, recruitment, and hiring. Another is culture and climate. Another committee is communications / social media. If you guys are keeping an eye on the OEC's website, there is an awesome book list of diverse books that are available to you guys, and then landscape analysis. And so really looking to, you can move on to the next slide, Haley. Thank you. And so the statement continues. And so you guys are going to be able to have this and use this, and you will see this in all of our trainings. And as we open trainings moving forward, we will think about how whatever topic we're discussing, looking at it through this social equity lens. And so I'm excited to be able to bring this forth to you guys. And so you'll have this at your disposal. Next slide. So those who are new to the crew, welcome to the Office of Early Childhood. Wanted to share a little bit about the divisions that we have here. So we're a very, very new organization. It's the coming together of several departments. And so the 4 divisions that we have are quality improvement and research. And their goal is to increase the availability of professional development opportunities and quality support for early childhood programs and providers. And so next we have childcare licensing. Some of you guys are familiar with this arm and branch of our agency. And licensing oversees the licensing programs for childcare centers, group childcare homes, family childcare homes, and youth camps, committed to promoting the health, safety, and welfare of Connecticut's children. Family support. Actually, I'm going to go into early care and education. The OEC funds a number of early care and education programs across the state. These funds, which come from several different grants and contracts, support child care programs, Head Start, and public school preschools to provide affordable, high care, early care, and education services. And then the last division is the division that home visiting falls under, and that's family support services, which is a combination of home visiting, which you guys are a part of, and the Birth to 3 system with disabilities. Part of the Individuals with Disabilities Act, Part C, early intervention. In Connecticut, community-based programs support families to enhance their child's development and connect to their communities. And so really excited to be really working closely with Birth to 3, and you'll see our connections more intentional in the months to come. And so those are the divisions of the OEC. Next. Okay, and I think I'm passing it on to Luz.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. I will be sharing with you a few highlights of home visiting history here, but I have to admit that I don't have all the information and data because there is a lot of history, and it cannot be captured in this one slide or in this conversation. So if you have a fun fact to share about home visiting history, please feel free to write it in the chat. We would not be able to read them all, but I encourage each of you to just share a fun fact and allow others to read and learn as we move forward. And so like I emphasized, there is a lot of history of home visiting. And across time, people actually that needed support received it by friends and family members and church and neighbors. And so that was the only support at that time when family in need received like straight home visiting from their community by family and friends. And just a few highlights: home visiting developed in the United States at the which mirrored the Europe country, especially in terms of services provided for young children. At the present time, home visiting services for families looked like families with infants, of young children, and they were supported across every state. Actually, a fun fact about the city of Hartford, with home visiting started in the 1900s with just one nurse. The home visiting services were offered to the poor, the sick, and immigrants, as well as women and infants. And it reflected a dramatic increase in attention to home visiting that began in the early 21st century. And to reach out to families and children, two main approaches manifested in the US. The public health sector, visiting nurses provided care for the sick and the poor, and then the early education for young children with the goal of promoting children's readiness for school and meeting the needs of rural families and other hard to reach populations. Home visiting and Head Start began with a pilot back in 1971. Some folks that paved the way, Octavia Hill, provided some services to her tenants. She purchased several rental properties, and other than collecting the rent, she would visit each of her tenants and offer some services and identify goals to support her tenants. Mary Richmond also continued to play a significant role in home visiting and shaped that approach, and she was also known as the first her first principle was the care that families should receive within his or her own situation. And so they really paved the way. Next slide, please. So we are going to share a little bit about the Connecticut home visiting system. And this shift really began back in the early 90s. And unfortunately, the shift of prevention versus intervention, it occurred back in 1995, and it sadly resulted from a death, 9-month-old baby Emily that died at the hand of her mother's boyfriend. And so the Children's Trust Fund was created and coordinated the efforts for programs designed to prevent child abuse and neglect. As a result, the first 2 home visiting programs in Hartford and Waterbury to provide direct home visiting service to primary first-time parents and high-risk families. So the shift really turned, and dollars were poured in the state to provide services directly to families. And over the, one of the focus was prenatal. Enrollments were up to the 3-month age mark of the child, all the way through the age of 5. And over the past 23 years, home visiting services have grown from 2 programs to what it is today, with various models, blending of funding streams. And I have to quote one of my coworkers, one team, one dream, Jennifer Wilder. So I appreciate that. And I think we are living that right now and practicing it. Additionally, in 2009, home visiting services were expanded to include father home visitors to directly serve primary father figures, independent of the mother's enrollment. And today, the fatherhood component is thriving, focused on recognizing the important role men actively play in their children's lives. The OEC was established back in 2014, and we merged OEC. We were a division actually within the DSS state government. And so that was created to synchronize all high quality early childhood systems under one umbrella. In 2014, we were awarded the Maternal Infant Early Childhood Home Visiting Grant from Health Resource Service Administration to provide additional home visiting services across the state. And so just a few highlights now that we are actually living it, breathing it, and practicing it, undergoing a whole system redesign. And so we are now turning our focus back to prenatal, serving parents under the age of 20, targeting Puerto Rican and African American families, and also, again, the focus of various home visiting models to ensure that we are offering an array of services to meet the family's needs across 6 regions. We're building and working towards a regional screening referral system. And I would be remiss not to mention that we have been granted the universal home visiting starting in Bridgeport as a pilot. We are living a historical moment right now. We heard those who were able to join, the OEC, invited Joshanda from DCF to talk about the Connecticut Family First Prevention Plan, partnering with communities, empowering families to raise resilience, children to thrive, the Family First opportunity to transform foster care to prevention. That's huge. And also leveraging evidence-based intervention and engaging families to reduce the removal of children and serve them in their own home. With a trauma lens focus, we are expanding the footprint of the history of home visiting, combining partnership between OEC and DCF. That is a historical moment. We're also providing developmental screening, training to social workers. We're moving from we're moving towards strength-based practices and also engaging families in preventative services. We are living and breathing this home visiting history, and you are all part of it. So thank you.
Thanks, Luz, for bringing us through this historical moment and where we are today. And so that brings us to our name. We're known as the Connecticut Home Visiting System. You'll notice that there are 5 major components within this system: Early Childhood Information System, ECIS, the Continuous Quality Improvement, CQI, Model Implementation and Rate Card, and then we're going to really look at supervision for the clinical supervisors and for the home visiting staff. Another component is going to be contract oversight, which encompasses active contract management. And so now what I'm charged to do is I'm going to go over some of the fabulous trainings that we have coming up. You'll notice on September 9th, we're going to, we're going to do the rate card overview this afternoon. And that will really just break down what rate card is and the various components. So we hope everybody will be able to join us this afternoon. Then when you move on, and then we're going to look at the Sparkler project. And Luz really brought that up in the fabulous app that we're using across the state. Also, what we're going to be doing is some ECIS user training, and that is our home visiting data system. And so we're excited to share that with you. Also moving on to an introduction of the home visiting doula project, which is really exciting, and we're excited, like I said, to offer this to our whole state. Then we're going to move on to benchmark training. Benchmark training really looks at our federal performance measures that at the OEC that we're mandated to do. So we will go into those. And in the afternoon for that specific training, we'll really break down what are the resources and how you'll be able to capture those specific benchmarks. Then we move on to the training calendar overview. And we're going to explain, our new learning system, registration system, and so how you can be part of that as well. And following that, we will have a basic domestic violence 101, and HITS training. That's a screening tool that we have our home visitors use to screen for domestic violence. And our last training will be birth to 3, and their home visiting, how we can bridge those services together with ours and work uniformly. Okay, and so I'm just going to mute myself, and then I will pass it on to the next person. I think I'm passing on to Jen.
Hi guys, this is a public service announcement. I saw a couple of my guys log in, so hi Troy. Luz mentioned the partnership that we have with male-focused or male home visitors who focus on their connection to supporting fathers across the state of Connecticut. You will find in this network across the state that there are many women doing great things and a few but mighty men that are in this field doing this good work, working with men and women. To support their journey through parenthood. And so I just wanted to make a public service announcement about the Fatherhood Roundtable, which is a group intended to provide opportunities for network, exchanging of best practices, knowledge, and good things. We meet bi-monthly actually. The first meeting is an open meeting that we invite all to join, where we have our professional development, guest speakers, and do the business of fatherhood work. And then the second meeting that we have, if you can go back to that slide, Haley, is a self-care meeting. And so we found there was, we experienced some loss with father-focused home visitors last year, and wanted to be able to provide an outlet for us to connect, to get grounded. And so we hold that second meeting as a self-care meeting for the father-focused home visitors. And so the first meeting is the second Tuesday, our general meeting, and then the fourth Tuesday is our self-care meeting. And we will be resuming in October. And so I will send out links to you guys, and hope to send to see some new faces added to our general meetings on the second Tuesday. And so I'm excited about all those things. And we'll talk about a little bit more about what we do in this special populations call or session in the next couple weeks. So we can move on to the next one. And I'm going to take a breath because it's important. There are over 150 of us on this call today, and that isn't by happenstance, that's not by chance. We've had a really, really tough year and have to acknowledge the fact that it's been a really, really tough year. For some folk, it has hit mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, spiritually. We've been challenged, and so resilience is huge. I want to invite you guys to use the chat to sort of define resilience for me. So throw some words or some thoughts that come out when you think of resilience. You can throw those things in the chat. Strength, I love it. I love it. Flexibility, right? Purpose, courage. Oh, it's flowing in. Thank you guys. If we're standing tall, persistence, patience, overcoming, bounciness. I like that, Lisa. If we were in person, we do this awesome exercise with rubber bands where we're able to expand and contract depending on our level of stressors for that day and for that moment. And we're not able to do that. But I just wanted to pause and acknowledge the strength and resilience of all of you online to be able to get to this point. It's been a long time coming, right? Humor, absolutely. Continuing to show up, supports, not giving up. I love it. And we're going to, hopefully, Haley, we did the include sound when we shared. And so I had a little video that I just wanted to play, not giving up. And so if we can play that. You're on mute.
So we're being blocked. We're not going to be able to show the video, unfortunately.
Oh, really? That is wild. Okay, let me pause. And if I can share my screen, I think I can make it happen. Computer sound. Let's do this. Can you see my screen? It was starting to go.
Yes.
Morning, everyone. Who does it look like? It looks like me. That's right. I want you to do everything that you can to knock your toy down. Who is the strongest in class? Jerron, come on up, please. I'm going to give Jerron a prop, and he's going to try to knock it off the table. Ready, Jerron? Okay, children, who can tell me what it means to have resilience? Yes, Paige? Resilience means if you make the toy fall down, you can get up very, very fast. Very nice.
Right? Wasn't that the sweetest little thing on the planet? And so I saw that little video and just wanted to share it with you. I'm sorry I couldn't make it larger. I was definitely afraid that if I made it full screen, guys, that it would just disappear. So I can share the link to that if it's something that you wanted to share with your teams and have a little discussion. But it's exactly that, the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties and toughness, right? And so out of the mouth of babes, we were able to hear that you knock them down and they get right back up super quickly. And I think that is a perfect little example of what we've all been able to do, pushing through. I love that. Push until something happens. Did someone see that in the chat? It's really awesome. So PUSH, push until something happens. And so I'll share the link for sure for you guys in the chat once I get off screen and transfer to someone else. I don't want to mess this up. Okay, so the next slide is super important. And if we had a lot more time, we'd be able to spend a little bit more time in this because I think it's really important to think about self-care, resilience, how we support ourselves as individuals, how we support each other as a team. And so I just wanted to put this up here for a moment to just remind us all that we have to take care of others before we can take care of ourselves before we take care of others, right? And so this is just a couple of ideas: reading, meditation, eating well. In the chat, as I go through this, you can throw some of the things that you do in order to care for yourself. You may throw something in there that reminds someone else of something they used to do in order to take care of themselves and you know, start a new hobby or something for someone. And so sleep, you see on that circle on the left hand side, is a huge piece of it. Hopefully you guys are getting some hours of sleep. I don't know about you, but if I don't get at least 6 to 8, I'm not the nicest person in the morning. And so wonder how much are you guys sleeping? Are you getting enough sleep throughout the day? I mean, throughout the weeks? Are you getting some fresh air? Are you spending time with your children or loved ones or animals? I see walking in the park. I see praying. Prayer matters, right? It's a great way to ground. Reflecting on well-being, right? Gratefulness. gratitude. So writing is also something. Taking a step back, asking for help, which can be absolutely hard because in asking for help, it may take a little bit more time as you may have to explain some things to people, but it's well worth it because if you teach a person to fish, then you won't be asking for help next time. Someone will be able to just step up and take that on, right? Spending time alone, so me time, you know, on those walks, spending time with grandchildren, awesome. Daily affirmations, reflections, beautiful, guys. I love it. Knowing your limits, huge, 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 huge. Knitting, oh, cool. If we need a hat, we can call Karen. Wonderful. All right, so what's up next for you guys is a bit of a break. You can continue to, oh, dance party. Okay, Noreen, let's do it. I can dance with Noreen. Maybe we should turn on our cameras and have a little dance party going on during this break. So I'm going to stop talking. You guys can continue to throw things in the chat. I am going to get that link for the resilience video of the little babes for you guys. And while we wait, while we break, we'll come back, I think, Ashley, at what time? At 10?
We'll do like 10:15, get people opportunity to fill their coffee up before we go into the evidence-based models. We're moving right along through this, so might end early, but the sooner we start, the sooner we'll end. So how about 5-minute break, 10:15, fill your coffee up, stretch, and we'll get started again.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Okay, no, it is 10:15 or now 10:16. We're just giving Haley one more minute to kind of see if she can get online, and if not, someone else will share their screen.
Ashley, can you see my screen?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I can, Jen. Thank you. Oh, yeah, we can move forward. Okay, so now welcome back, everyone. We wanted to hope you were able to fill your coffee, use the restroom, stretch, pet your dog, whatever it is that you were able to do. So now we're going to move into the second half of our opening session, where we're talking about the evidence-based home visiting that is in Connecticut. Jen, you can go to the next slide. So there's been growing emphasis on accountability for achieving results in the areas of children and family services. Decision makers, such as funders and service providers, are more and more making decisions based on the best research evidence. A program that has shown to be effective through rigorous research, such as interventions and clinical trials, are known to be evidence-based practices. You can go to the next slide. And so in Connecticut, we have 5 of the 18 home visiting models that are eligible for federal funding. The 5 we have in Connecticut are Child First, Early Head Start Home-Based Option, Healthy Families America, Nurse Family Partnership, and Parents as Teachers. We have representatives from each of these programs within Connecticut that will be sharing about their model. In the past, the OAC has shared a little bit about each model, but why not have the experts in the field that are implementing this every day share how they implement their model to fidelity with their families that they serve. So the next slide, we're going to go in alphabetical order. So first up is Child First, and we have Mary Ellen from the Village. Mary Ellen, are you on?
Good morning. I'm on.
Awesome. Take it away. Jen,
all right, wonderful. All right, great. Well, I'm excited to be here. For those that don't know me, I am Mary Ellen Sciallo. I'm the Director of Early Childhood at the Village here in Hartford. And I'm really excited to present on Child First. I know I wasn't given a lot of time and know that I could talk all day about this. So I'm going to keep it brief. I tend to not have slides this dense, but I also know that you may use this as a reference. So there is a lot of information on this slide, and that is intended for you to be able to take it with you and refer back to if you have questions in the future. So let's go ahead and get started. So Child First, which is based all over Connecticut through different agencies, we serve prenatal through age 5. And what that means is that we can work with a family through 6 years old. So if they're involved in our program and the child turns 6, that's okay, but they can't start new. So if they get referred at 6 years old, unfortunately, we can't start new with them. We do work with families. Length of service is typically about 6 to 12 months. It can be shorter, it can be longer. It really depends on what's going on for that family, what's going on in the treatment. And so we do have a little bit of flexibility where it makes sense, but that is the average length. Referral reasons, really it can be for a lot of different things. But the main focus is on something that's going on that threatens healthy development. And so it can be if we have a prenatal mom and perhaps she's struggling with the idea of being a parent, or she has experiences in her history that impact her ability to be that parent. So that's for prenatal. For young children, it could be stressors in the environment, something related to the caregiver or the relationship. For older children, it could be behavioral problems or learning problems. So really, it's pretty broad in regards to the reasons for referral. So our approach is definitely unique compared to some of the other models we have in the state, in that we are a clinical intervention. And so we go beyond providing information and guidance. We are a 2-generation home-based intervention. So we work with really anybody that's involved in the family. It can be a foster family. It can be multiple households. It can be other family members that are important in the caregiving relationships. And we don't just focus on that one child. If there's multiple children, we are going to look at kind of what's going on for the entire family. We are team-based. And so there is a clinician that's really focusing on what those therapeutic needs are. And I'll talk a little bit about the approach in a minute. And then we have a care coordinator, because we know that if families are not in a stable condition or are in need of resources, they're not going to be able to get to that clinical work. And so the care coordinator is often the first line of defense that's coming in and really stabilizing that family, getting them connected to resources, whatever it is that family might need to be successful. In looking at our assessment and how we view families, we really look at a holistic view. So we're looking at the health and development of that child in the context of their early relationships, their caregiver challenges, and also the community within they live. So it's not just about kind of that child in isolation. We know that they are impacted by everything around them. A little bit about our clinical approach, and again, I can go on forever about CPP. I am a CPP rostered clinician. The approach for child-parent psychotherapy is really focused on the relationship. So it's not a directive model where we're saying do this or do that, here's a timeout strategy. That's really not what we're about. It's really about understanding what's going on for that child. So thinking about kind of what is the meaning of the behavior. And the idea is to really help the damage that trauma and adversity can cause for the child, but also for the parent. And for that parent to be that protective, nurturing caregiver that helps children to succeed. So it's not a set curriculum where we have steps 1, 2, and 3. We do have fidelity in a model that we follow, but it's not prescriptive. And again, the idea is to help that caregiver really reflect on what's going on and understand underneath. So we're not a Band-Aid approach of dealing with the behaviors immediately with a direct approach, but really understanding what's going on underneath. The great thing with Child First is that we have had demonstrated success in randomized control trials, as well as just looking at our data. So some of the areas that we've seen great success is in regards to the child. So improved communication, social skills, decreasing problematic behaviors. But we also have seen great success with helping parents. It's important, though, to clarify that we are not the adult therapist, right? So if a parent needs more intensive therapeutic services, perhaps an evaluation for medication, we would help get them connected to that service because we are not their therapist. But at the same time, with the work that we do, we have seen that caregiver depression has decreased, as well as PTSD symptoms, as well as parental stress. So again, even though we're not the therapist, we've had a great impact. As well as one of our main focus is improving the parent-child relationship. So what's going on within that dyad? How does that caregiver understand the child, and how does that child respond to that parent? So we see improvement over the course of treatment in regards to that. As I mentioned, we have sites throughout Connecticut. So we are based on catchment. And so I put the website there because that's a great place to go where you can find who serves in your area. And if you don't see a town listed, just contact the agency that's in that general area because it's possible that they do serve that town. There's been lots of shifts recently with funding, and the hope is that the entire state and all towns will be covered. So while not all of Child First is funded through OEC, with other funding sources, hopefully the entire state will end up being covered. So again, you can go to that website. It will tell you kind of who's in that area. It will also give you the contact information of who you can reach out to for that area. Again, we are pretty specific with our catchment. We don't really overlap. There are times where we have families transition from one town to the next, and we will work together with the other agency. So we do have a really good support system and relationship with all the agencies across Connecticut. You can go ahead to the next slide. So this slide, I just like to put it in there because I think it really highlights kind of what Child First is all about. So thinking about how if we can enhance and support that relationship, those relationships that are happening for that child, we can see healthy development happen, whether it's in regards to socio-emotional, language and cognitive development, or physical health. So at the root of that is the nurturing relationships. Because as we know, it's really through relationships that development happens. And for many of you, you may know a little bit about toxic stress. And when we're thinking about when it becomes toxic for a child, really it's in the absence of that buffering, supportive caregiver, right? So we can have families that are dealing with lots of different stressors, but if they have that buffer, that child does better. And so it's so important to support those nurturing relationships so that children can be healthy and really develop as they should. So I know I flew through that really quickly because it's a lot of information, but I am available if there's questions. I can actually pop my camera on if that's helpful. So does anybody have questions or thoughts? I know there was a question about the slides being sent out, and it has been confirmed that they will be sent out, so you will have all that information. Does anybody else have questions?
Well, thank you, Mary Ellen. And maybe someone will think of something as we go through the other models that they can ask at the end, if not now.
Absolutely, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jen. Next up, we have Early Head Start, our home-based option, and we have Michelle from Team.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Holovac, as Ashley said, and I am the Early Head Start manager for Team, which is a community action agency. And we're very excited and proud to be partnering with Family Centered Services of Connecticut in Region 2. So the next slide, please. So these 5 slides are going to explain the history, a little bit of the history of Early Head Start and what the Head Start model is. They're supposed to fly, but I don't know anything about this, so just go to the next slide. So the history, I need to go back further than what's on this slide. In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson did his State of the Union address and said that he declared war on poverty. And from that statement declaring war on poverty, the community action agencies were created across the United States. And these agencies had the job of being in poverty-stricken areas and providing families going through poverty with tools and help to get them back on their feet. And in Connecticut, there are 9 community action agencies, and every single town is represented by a community action agency. And they provide services such as early childhood education, and they provide housing assistance and energy assistance, elderly services. So all the community action agencies have different jobs. So from those community action agencies, way back in '64, there was a panel put together that comprised mainly of Sergeant Shriver and Dr. Ed Ziegler from Yale to look at the children that were living in poverty. And that's when in 1965, Head Start launched their program for 3 to 5-year-olds. And it wasn't until 30 years later in '95 that Early Head Start was created for pregnant women and families with children that were younger than 3. Next slide. So the options of Early Head Start are a home-based option, which is what we're all providing, throughout the state, a center-based option, which is the classroom. for infants and toddlers and giving them a full day of activities and education in a classroom setting where they're dropped off by their parents, or a combination of both is the third option, which I don't think anyone in Connecticut is doing a blended. They're either doing center-based or home-based, or both center-based and home-based. Next slide. So we use a binder, a very large binder that dictates the performance standards for Head Start and for early Head Start. And the two sections that we are really concerned with is the program governance. And in that piece, it's saying that there needs to be a parent-based policy council that gets to approve everything that's happening in the home-based program and in the center-based program for their children. They are voices for their children, the families. The second piece that's extremely important and really the heart of this whole manual is the program operations, because that's where it is dictated how we are to enroll, how we are to recruit, what the requirements are for eligibility, what the curriculum looks like, what the assessment looks like. So that's a very important part. The rest of it, the financial and administration requirements, we're not funded by Head Start. We are a Head Start model, but we are not funded by Head Start. So the OEC is our funder. This program, this early Head Start model started in 2012 when the first 4 grants were given in Connecticut, and was under the Department of Public Health because it was before the OEC had begun. And then once the OEC was created, we were moved into the OEC. So we answer to the OEC because they are the ones with the grants. So we don't look at the Head Start standards because we are not reporting to Head Start. Head Start does not monitor us. Next slide. So to be eligible, of course, a family must be expecting or have a child younger than 3. Our catchment area are these 10 towns that are listed. We go all the way in the lower Naugatuck Valley from Milford up to Waterbury. And Waterbury and Naugatuck are not listed here because TEAM provides just the early childhood for Naugatuck and Waterbury. And the Community Action Agency business is conducted by New Opportunities in Waterbury. So that's their Community Action Agency. We're only doing the early childhood piece. But in this 10-town catchment area, I must say that Ansonia and Derby are where almost all of our caseloads come from, because those are the 2 poorest communities out of all these 10. Now, we also have income guidelines that we have to follow because we are an anti-poverty agency, and Head Start and early Head Start are for children that live in poverty. We have these income guidelines that we have to follow. So 55% of our enrollment has to be at or below 100% of the federal poverty level, which for a family of 4 is $24,500 a year. So that is really extremely low, because remember, these federal poverty levels are for across the whole nation. So you're comparing them in communities in different states where the cost of living is much lower. So Connecticut is kind of in a tough place here because we have people making above this federal poverty level that have no money for food or for rent, and they are not eligible for resources because they're not below the federal poverty level, yet they cannot, because they're working, yet they cannot make ends meet. So it's really a tough situation. Also, 10% of our enrollment must include children with special needs. And we work very closely with Birth to 3. I was just on the state is working on an MOU with Birth to 3 and Early Head Start to, across all of Connecticut, agree to certain terms of working together. So that is also in the performance standards for early Head Start. Next slide. So we can have 10 to 12 families per home visitor, and our home visits have to be a minimum of 90 minutes each week. And the regulations state that we have to be completing 46 of them per family in the course of a year, which to me is a little lofty, because if you think about the situations that happen with children being ill, adults being ill, staff vacations, it's a tough piece, but we're always working on increasing those home visits. And we are also required to do group socialization, and we are required to have 22 of those each month, each year for the full year. Next slide. This is my other flying slide. So the next 5 slides are on curriculum and assessment. So in our curriculum, Head Start does not dictate what curriculum you use. So it just has to be a curriculum that is research-based and aligns with the early learning outcomes from Head Start and with the ELDS from Head Start, the Connecticut Early Learning and Development Standards. So home visitors do lesson plans, and these early learning experience plans are written with these goals in mind. And those are the categories that are covered in the lesson plan. Next slide. So this curriculum then has to have some form of assessment, and we use Teaching Strategies Gold, and we have created 14 school readiness goals that range from birth up to age 5 that are for early Head Start and Head Start. So for example, I just wanted to give you an example of one. The school readiness goal for the domain of motor and physical development is children will develop both large gross motor and overall coordination skills. So that's the goal for all of Head Start children. Now, for the description and skills that we look for with infants and toddlers, it would be that infants will hold their head up, sit up independently, begin to crawl, and toddlers will be able to walk steadily, carry objects, climb, and hop. So there are 38 objectives in Teaching Strategies Goal. 3 of those objectives have to do with that goal. And then we rate the child 3 times a year, in the fall, in the winter, and in the spring, whether they're below expectations, meeting expectations, or exceeding expectations. So we have a great printout to give to parents to show them where their child is falling in each of these domains of cognition, fine motor, gross motor, social, emotional, etc. Next slide. We do child screenings. I was laughing. This is a picture of the Spot Vision screener. And for those of you that are a little older, 3/4 of you aren't going to know what I'm talking about. But it looks like a Viewmaster that we used to have when we were kids. But you have to be older to know about the Viewmaster. And we do also the hearing screenings with the autoacoustical emission screener in the child's ear. But these screenings have to be done per performance standards within 45 days of the child's enrollment. Next screen. We do the adult screenings that we all do for all of the programs for the Office of Early Childhood. Next screen. And then we collect all this other data on the families, as you all do. Next screen. Family support, really, really important, because early Head Start is multi-generational, and we work with the parents because parents are facing poverty. You can have a beautiful lesson plan all set to work on fine motor coordination with the baby, and you walk into the home and there's no food, or they're getting evicted from their apartment. So all of a sudden, all that goes out the window and you have to deal with the situation at hand. So the home visitors are not only educators of the children and of the parents, helping the parents learn their developmental milestones for their child, but they're also very big on case management and working with the family to connect them to services, etc., that are needed when you're living in poverty. But we take families on their strengths. We work on their strengths and we go from there with the family. So that approach has been very successful. Next slide. And this is basically the last slide. These are our Office of Head Start. Let me see what the title is. All these letters all the time. The Head Start Parent, Family, and Community Engagement Framework. And our most important piece of this is the blue, the third column over. We have to write goals for the family throughout the time they're with us in the program. And these goals have to do with those 7 categories. And that's how we measure. And this is really a tool to help the families work together. And I mentioned policy council before, and the very last thing on that list of 7 is families as advocates and leaders. And that's where a family can become part of the policy council. And we did have an early Head Start family that was with us for many years. She had 4 children under the age of 4. They were all under 4. And she joined the policy council, and she was so successful giving input about what was happening as her children progressed. Some were still with home visiting, some were in the 3 and 4 classroom, that she became part of the board of directors of teams and really ran the gamut of being an advocate and a leader. So we're always looking for those child outcomes, that the children are ready for school and sustain development and learning gains through 3rd grade. And the last slide is my contact information, since you're going to be getting these slides. But please feel free to call, to email. If you have any questions about Head Start or early Head Start. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
My challenge was keeping it to 10 minutes. That was, I was not worried about what I was saying. I was worried about the time frame, because like Mary Ellen, I could go on and on about the program.
Well, it's all helpful information. We hope that as people are listening to this, they can understand the eligibility requirements of various models. Michelle, I'm just going to mute you because you're kind of giving feedback. But does anyone have any questions for Michelle right now, or we can always bring it up at the end too? Okay, well, thank you, Michelle. Next up, we have Joe from Healthy Families America. Joe's from Region 1. So Joe, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ashley. Welcome, everybody. So we are very excited to Help for Kids to be the first Healthy Families America affiliate and center to run this program. I do apologize for the cluttered slide, but I wanted to just do it very brief, so you have the one slide in front of you as I go through the program. But I will be brief, as Mary Ellen has said. You know, we could talk for hours on these programs. So, but what makes Healthy Families America a little bit unique and very exciting for us is that it is a pre and postnatal program. So it is truly a preventative model instead of reactive model, which we all know is what a lot of us do. So with the pre and postnatal model, we obviously have referrals for the mothers. And the great thing about this is any single mother qualifies for this program. And there's other qualifiers as well, but initially, you know, if a mother is divorced, not living with her partner, whatever it may be, the mother automatically qualifies. And we're able to provide the voluntary services. So that's something I'm going to talk about a little bit later, how this is voluntary and getting the buy-in of everyone involved is very, very, very. So anyway, Healthy Families America, a pre and postnatal program up to age 3 and can be all the way up to age 5 if the family continues to need services. But we start with weekly meetings with the family in the home, obviously, and go from there, whether they still need to be weekly after 3 months or go weekly up to 6 months, and then slowly go down to every other week and then once a month for the duration of the program. And you just have regular check-ins with the mother and the family to make sure that everything is going smoothly. But as we talked about in the beginning with the OEC going towards strength-based programs, that is exactly what Healthy Families America is. It's the strength-based approach, as I have it on the slide. First, for our caseworkers to be an active listener, purposeful in the choices that the mother is making for the child. And what we do is we do positive reinforcement. There's all different models that that our caseworkers will go through, but our main domain is what they do. And every single time that they meet with the mother, the domain is called CHEERS, and the acronym goes for cues, holding, expression, empathy, rhythm, and smiles. And so obviously with the first one, cues, you make sure that the mother's catching on to the cues if the baby is even offering up cues, to see how that relationship is going between the mother and the infant. And then holding, how is the interaction with the mother holding the baby? Is there eye contact? Does there appear to be that connection, mother-baby connection, or does there seem to be some kind of disconnect? Expression, is the baby expressive to the mother? Is the mother expressive to the baby? Empathy, does the mother have empathy toward the baby when the baby is uncomfortable, crying? How does the mother respond to the infant? And the rhythm, is there a strong rhythm between the infant and the mother when she does pick up the baby or interact with the baby? Does it seem like they are truly connecting with each other and being able to provide that connection to the baby that is so important to an infant as the infant grows? And last is smiles. So to make sure that the baby is smiling, is reacting to the mother's smiling, reacting to the baby. And through, again, every session, our caseworkers go through this and make sure that they see and report these acronyms of CHEERS interact within the mother and the infant. So with that, again, the strength-based it's not fabricating strengths, as it says in the slide. You work on, again, different models that we have, over a half dozen models that our caseworkers will use in order to bring out the strengths of the mother and asking questions, how she's working with the baby, are there problems with the infant, are there issues within the household, right? We want to be able to understand what the dynamic is in the home and be able to help support those positive reinforcements to what's happening in the household in order to make the mother realize that she is a good mother and that have the confidence that she can, provide for her child emotionally, as well as the basic needs of, of food, shelter, and clothing. And this is something that we reinforce in every visit with the mother and all caregivers in the household, to make sure that they feel confident that they are making the right decision. Again, it's not that we don't lead them in decision making. Sometimes there are mothers that just don't have the ability or don't have the confidence at all, and so we will make a recommendation for the first time, but after that it will always be falling back to the point of making sure they understand that they can make this decision and make the proper positive decision for their infant. So with that, I just wanted to let everyone know that this program is available for whether it be high income, low income, all across all the different households that we have across the state of Connecticut. And it's really about making sure that our mothers have support and feel comfortable when they bring home their baby, and even before. Again, that's the whole point of the prenatal, is making sure that the stressors in the house are low. So once the baby is born, that they are prepared, and again, low stress, low anxiety, and very high level of confidence within the household, and particularly the mother, of course, in order to provide for her infant and be a very positive, healthy environment for infant and everyone in the household. So with that, the important part of this, and as it is for the mother to the child connection, it's also very important, the caseworker with the mother, and hence why the referral process is very, very important in HFA. When we get the referrals, we work with the person making the referral to make sure we understand, anything that we need to know that's outside of the norm, so to speak, that if there's a history of drug abuse or alcohol abuse or domestic violence or whatever, maybe mental illness, in order to have a true picture of what's going on in that environment, in order to help support, again, in a positive way, and not just giving instructions. So with that, we will go into the household with that referral person, whoever's making the referral, and make sure that the relationship is kind of a handoff between the person making the referral to our caseworker. So the mother is comfortable with us coming into the home and being able to start that relationship. As a voluntary program, a lot of mothers will opt out of the program because they feel that, we're going to be watching over them and more of a disciplinarian, so to speak, than a supportive role. And so we want to make sure that that is reinforced continually in the very beginning through the transition, to make sure that our connection with the mother is strong and will continue to get stronger as we provide these services over the 3 years that this relationship will continue to happen. So that is a key point of HFA, that the connection needs to be there with the caseworker and the mother and all caregivers. They have 100% buy-in, knowing that we're there just to support them, that we're there to help their baby, help them have a healthy, balanced life for everyone in the household. So it is truly a wonderful program, and we're very excited to be starting this in the state of Connecticut, and hopefully we'll continue to provide services as we grow, and with the OEC, and the OEC has additional centers. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Joe. There's a question in the chat if there's a cutoff in age for referrals.
So yeah, initially it was pre and post. So they wanted us to get into the households within 3 months after the child is born, but HFA is loosening those restrictions right now for us, since we are starting up, and knowing that, and not just for us, for any organizations, understanding that we may not be able to get to the mothers that soon, and it's better to have this positive reinforcement within the first 2 years in particular. So we're actually still waiting for the final designation from HFA, if there will be if it goes all the way to 2 years, or it'll just be 6 months. But right now the requirements have been extended for us to be able to get into the into the communities and start the program, whether it be, again, immediately post or within the first couple of years.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. And we have a number of programs that are going to be either transitioning to HFA or starting up. So I'm sure you'll be a great resource for them with all your knowledge and experience implementing the model. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Next, we have Deborah from the Visiting Nurse Association of Southeastern Connecticut to share about the Nurse Family Partnership model.
Buxton Morris from Nurse Family Partnership in Southeastern Connecticut. We provide Nurse Family Partnership services to families in New London, Windham, and Middlesex counties. So what is nurse-family partnership? It's a community health population health program within the theoretical framework from human ecology, attachment theory, and self-efficacy, an evidence-based model implemented by registered nurses. Next. The program goals, they're very similar to what many of you have already mentioned. We're looking at improved birth outcomes, improved child growth and development, and especially that looks towards school readiness and success in later life, and improve the economic self-sufficiency of both the mother and her family. Next. Nurse-family partnership is a model of nursing practice, and we like to frame it within a community health population health program. So what does that really mean? You look at the Department of Health and Human Services Healthy People Goals, which now we're working on 2030 Healthy People Goals. Framed within that are goals that look at improved pregnancy and birth outcomes. We want to reduce poor birth outcomes. And among those are preterm birth and low birth weight. So we want babies born on time, at weight, and who are healthy. And in some indications are that we're slipping back a little bit and our number of babies that are born on time. So we're going to, as a country, nationally, we're going to be looking at how can we move families to have babies born at term. So tied in with that is reducing maternal mortality and morbidity, which is one of the goals of nurse-family partnership. We look at that by enrolling early in their pregnancy, and in our program, it's by the 28th week of pregnancy for first-time mothers. And nurses complete a comprehensive nursing assessment at each visit. Within maternal mortality and morbidity, we also are looking at racial and ethnicity disparities among mothers, and particularly looking at Black, Hispanic, Native Americans, and most recently families who originate from Puerto Rico. And it is well documented that Black mothers are 3 times more likely to die from complications of birth or delivery. So that's a pretty significant finding and something that we need to be focusing on. We also have an emphasis on working on decreasing childhood obesity. And all of you probably have that within your benchmarks of looking at increasing the number of families who are breastfeeding from at birth, initiate breastfeeding, and then again at 6 months and beyond. That's a challenge for all of us, but we do know that there is a correlation between breastfeeding and later childhood obesity. And from the prevention perspective, we, as we all are, we're looking at preventing childhood injury, abuse, and neglect. Next slide, please. So how do we do this? A nurse-family partnership is a model of nursing practice. It's actually considered a specialty in nursing practice. We are, how do we do this? We're relational. Nurse-client is the primary tool. So it's our relationship with our nurse and our client. It's not a prescriptive, but an equal partnership between the nurse and her family. It's a client-centered, which most of our programs are. We encourage mothers to set personal goals, that we work on their heart's desire, what they want in life. And every little goal is measured in a baby step. So we don't try and cut off big chunks at a time, but what can we do in those tiny little baby steps to progress the mother toward her goal? Strength-based, we're hearing that throughout all of our models. It's looking at maternal knowledge, it's looking at her competencies and her strengths, both as individuals and within her family, and what are her successes. I mean, very often mothers may not recognize what a success is. So we work with mothers to identify her success and then build on those successes, which is self-efficacy, which I mentioned is one of the theoretical frameworks of nurse-family partnership. And how do we do this? We work with motivational interviewing, and probably all of you have heard that term ad nauseum, but we're really looking at not making decisions for their mothers, but helping them to recognize the strengths and the challenges in decisions, and then making the best decision for them and their family. And we also work through reflective practice. So we're using reflection not only with our families, but we'll use reflection with our nurses as part of their one-on-one reflection with that we have very frequently, if not weekly. And you know, our approach is multidimensional, and others have already mentioned the holistic approach. And I like to think of it as what we older people would have probably learned as systems theory. You know, everything that we come into contact in our environment, it will have an impact on us, and we'll be interacting with those components every minute of our lives. So I think it's really important to frame our whole practice and what we do within a multidimensional, holistic approach to working with mothers and children. So our model is both prevention and intervention. And I call the attention to the intervention as being with mental health, especially working with interventions that Nurse Family Partnership has developed and have been validated for use as an intervention. And we work with these interventions until we can get a mother into the mental health system. Next slide, please. So all of us have talked about we're evidence-based models. So what does that really mean? You know, an evidence-based model is one that's effective, and this is research-based, effective, it's replicable, it's scalable, up and down, and sustainable. And so that means the outcomes, not financial sustainability necessarily, but it's sustainable in that the impact and the interventions that were provided at a point in time will be lasting for years and years. And how do we know that? We gather longitudinal data. So how did our model start? It started with Dr. David Oles, and he's very well known throughout child development and social service literature. He was a graduate of Johns Hopkins and started working in a daycare center in Baltimore. Imagine that, having probably one of the early men that were involved in providing services in daycare center. And he started looking at children and their behavior and their challenges and thought, oh, where can we intervene to prevent this from happening? And so he was probably one of the leading people that went back and said, we need to start before these children are even born. So he went on to do his PhD at Cornell, and that's where he first started working with developing his model of early intervention with mothers and children. Went on to the University of Colorado, where he's a professor of pediatrics, and he also is working within the research prevention division at the university. So he started with moved forward with 3 randomized controlled models. One in Elmira, New York in 1977, and this is when he was working with his PhD program. And he was working with, the intervention was with nurses with a low-income white population in a semi-rural area. If any of you have been up through upstate New York, you can see those gorgeous big farms in the rural area of New York there. Then he moved on 10 years later, 1987, to Memphis, Tennessee, and went into a largely urban area and worked with low-income Black families. There they used a variety of people to deliver the model, and they were looking at sustainable long-term outcomes. So that's a key model right there, because they were looking at what they would have considered irregular outcomes by the people who were delivering the model. So then they went to 1994 in Denver, where they worked with a large portion of Hispanic population residents in Denver, and they looked at using both nurses and paraprofessionals to deliver the model. And what they found is that the long-term sustainable outcomes were really with nurses. And so from that moment forward in 1996, the model was determined that they would use nurses only after that point. So now we've come to 40 plus years of longitudinal data that have shown very sustainable outcomes working with the children of the families who were well into their teens. More high school completions, there were less law enforcement incidents. So we continue to develop and change according to the data and the research that we find. Next, please. So who are the nurses? What are the nurses and why nurses? Well, each family is assigned their own personal nurse, who is a registered nurse in the state of Connecticut and may hold licenses in other states as well. The beginning entry into Nurse Family Partner is a BSN, Bachelor of Science of Nurses, and we go all the way to advanced nursing practice. Many of the nurses in Nurse Family Partnership are nurse midwives. Within our own model, we have an APRN, Advanced Practice Nurse in Family Nursing. So she could be an independent practitioner. Very pleased to have her. All the nurses are trained in the Nurse Family Partnership model. And that's from the very beginning. The training occurs before they're even allowed to set eyes and hands on their clients. We no longer call them patients because we view them as well women. And the training is ongoing. So we're always doing training. And why nurses? We have substantial education in maternal, child, pediatric, child development, mental health, public health, and research nursing. So we have a very broad background in all of the disciplines that would make us successful as Nurse Family Partnership nurses and in implementing the model. We also have always been case management and done case management, have been case managers, whether you're an inpatient nurse in an acute care setting or you're working in the community. And largely, we rely on our experience and our expertise as nurses. When we walk into a house, many of our nurses already can identify, kind of the look-see. We see something and we go, and then we'll explore further. And our assessment, we begin our assessment as soon as we get an address, we turn down the street. And I don't mean address in a way that's biased. I mean, we've learned where our families may be congregated, what some of their challenges are in terms of housing, food security, just basic needs and security. And when I mentioned our maternal, our experience and our expertise, we really have been trained and educated to look at health and well-being across the continuum. So we're looking at it from the assessment that would say to us, putting all these pieces together, there's a physiological or mental health issue that needs to be addressed, to the other end of the spectrum where we have families that are perfectly healthy and well functioning. So our goal is to bring them from one end, the lower end of the spectrum, to the norm, then to bring them to the higher end. Okay, next slide, please. Our eligibility is really quite simple. For first-time mothers, they need to be of low income, and low income to us is looking at about 250% of poverty. So that is just about your level of Medicaid. We also look at if they're military, and military is a population, a priority population for HRSA. So we look at the rank and the number of years in that rank, and that helps us determine the financial eligibility of a family. And we must enroll before 29 weeks. And you might wonder why 29 weeks. Well, the research that Dr. Oles and the model have done over the years have indicated that after 29 weeks, some of the priorities of the mothers change, and we need to engage them early in their pregnancy. So we start to work on modifying the health habits and the behaviors, whether it be use of tobacco or alcohol or other substances, to impact the outcome on the baby. And again, all of us know about reading to babies during the prenatal period that begins to develop the architecture of the brain. Next slide. Oh, please. So And about 2 years ago, and maybe 1 year before that, the University of Colorado Prevention Research Center, in collaboration with Nurse Family Partnership, started to look at mothers who had already had children and whether or not nurses' intervention with these mothers could have a positive outcome, or would it be any different than working with first-time mothers? And so they had 1 year of selected agencies, NFP programs, that implemented the pilot. And then in phase 2, we in Connecticut were invited to become a part of the pilot, again, looking at low-income mothers, but the eligibility changed here. We looked at that we could enroll until delivery. These were experienced mothers. We could enroll until delivery, and actually there are some pilots that even went beyond delivery and looked at mothers who were substance using and dependents, and to see whether or not we could have an impact there. And the eligibility change. We looked at several different risk factors, and one of them was the birth outcomes with their first child. We looked at homelessness, use of substances, cognitive ability, medically complex, and I'm sure I've left something else, but we had a different list of risk factors that would make mothers eligible. And we've been quite successful in the national model, the national program of the pilot. They're finding that it has been very successful in interventions. And we're saying, well, why can't we just start everybody doing MOLTIPs? And with the Nurse Family Partnership model, it needs to go through a number of randomized controlled trials before it becomes a part of the regular practice. Next slide, please. In Connecticut, we have 2 Nurse Family Partnership programs. We have Nurse Family Partnership at the Ridgefield VNA in Western Connecticut, Region 5. And Melissa Smith is the NFP nurse supervisor there. Melissa, I think, might be on the call today, and some of you might already know her and have worked with her. And we are the Visiting Nurse Association of Southeastern Connecticut. And we call ourselves the Nurse Family Partnership of Eastern Connecticut. And that was since 2012, I think, when the senior leadership had a vision that we would one day move throughout all of Eastern Connecticut. And here we are, 2021, and we're doing that. And we are working with TVCCA, who is our local community CAP agency, is the leader, is a lead. Well, let me say, she holds a contract for the 4 models that are implementing OEC programs right now. And we are developing a centralized intake with TVCCA to expedite referrals to the correct program nursing model. We have 5 of them here in Eastern Connecticut. And we are intending to have family choice, and that we will see that families get to the right program based on their assessed needs. Next slide, please. Questions and comments. Does anyone have any questions for us? Thank you.
Deb, we have a question in the chat. Does this program collaborate with the family doctor, midwife, etc.? And where do your referrals come from?
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. We collaborate with nurses, doctors, midwives, doulas. We have a very strong collaboration with the partners, the healthcare providers here in Southeastern Connecticut. We're hoping to expand that into the Northeast and as well as into Middlesex. And just even early this week, we were meeting with our partners at Child and Family Agency in Middlesex County, Essex, and Middlesex Hospital. So we will be collaborating with them. I think any of you that have worked with healthcare providers, OB providers, you will find that they're a challenge. They often do not provide the number of referrals that we think that they should be providing. And so it's always a challenge of outreach and relationship building with the partners. And what was that second part?
Where do your referrals come from?
Okay, so our referrals come from healthcare providers. which may not necessarily be the primary source. WIC is probably our strongest referral source. So all of us work very closely with our WIC colleagues. We also have what they call charitable organizations, which is Catholic Charities, CareNet, and I think in other parts they're probably known by other names. And some of them come from schools. Some are self-referrals. Mothers can contact Nurse Family Partnership through the website, which goes to the national office in Denver, and then those referrals are sent back to us. And yes, we have referrals through that mechanism.
Great. And then just a couple more questions. Are there any implicit bias trainings offered for the nurses?
That's part of our training through Yale New Haven Health. We're an affiliate. The Visiting Nurse Agency is an affiliate of Yale New Haven Health, and there's a very strong emphasis on implicit bias, equity, inclusiveness. So yes, we have that as part of our training as nurses through the Visiting Nurse Agency, and Nurse Family Partnership has I believe that they have I've forgotten the exact name of their committee, but it's one that looks at equity, and it's part of the nursing practice.
Great. And then one other question for the statistic you raised about the Black women and childbirth.
Yes.
Do you know off the top of your head if it's, and there's probably tons of research on this, if it's due to psychological reasons or treatment within hospitals?
I have, and that might make us look at implicit bias. I don't know that that's the case, but I know that in some of the studies that they found that when they're holding for education and economic, that it is still throughout the whole spectrum. So whether, it's genetic, epigenetic, I think that the researchers are really looking at that. But what we're trying to do is to identify women who may be at risk. And that's done very largely through our nursing assessment and in collaboration with their healthcare providers to prevent the families from even getting to that point. Once they're in the hospital, where it's out of our hands as healthcare providers, but we're also there to support the families. With our program, we're often, at least the nurses in our team, visit the families in the hospital. They may be notified as soon as that baby is born. Often they're noted that they're texted by the mothers when they're going into labor or in labor. We get, hour by hour updates from the mother while they're in labor. And then after delivery, prior to COVID, we were there, within a day to see the mothers and babies. So that relationship is very solid, focused on the health and well-being of the mother and the baby.
Great, thank you. And Laura added to the chat that studies have shown that Black women and babies who have had Black doctors have better outcomes than those who have white doctors. And this all, as many of you know, one of our priority populations is Black women, along with prenatal women, Puerto Rican ethnicity, and teen parents. So hopefully we can start moving the needle towards better outcomes for these populations.
Yes, and I think that just to add to that, I think that it's only within the last year, maybe two, that women of Puerto Rican ancestry have been found to have higher infant mortality. So, of all the Central and Latin American countries that we think of, for some reason, it's now focused in on women of Puerto Rican origin. So, we're very carefully looking at that too.
I'm really excited about the, this is Jen, I'm really excited about the implementation of the New Doulas project that will be shared in later sessions. Like Aisha is lead on that, but that project in particular was pushed through because of this very statistic. Or those statistics that were shared. So thank you for raising that, Deborah. And I'm excited that the OEC is responding to this intentionally.
Yes, there are some programs across the country, I think in Oregon in particular, where women from the community regardless of education and whatnot, are being trained as doulas to support women just in that very short prenatal, right? Early prenatal or later prenatal and postpartum period. So that there's beginning, some research is now coming out of Oregon about the success of that program. So I don't think we've heard the last of learning how to work with doulas in all of our practices.
Thank you so much. Connie added that specifically, we know that the higher risk for poor birth outcomes associated with being Puerto Rican is true specifically for Connecticut. We found that through the needs assessment. And so I know that we have one more model to move forward with, and that is our Parents as Teachers model, where Christine from Day Kimball is going to give a brief overview of the Parents as Teachers model.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. For those of you that are new to the Parents as Teachers model, I hope this overview will give you a general idea of how the model functions. And for those of you who are old hat, as I am here at Day Kimball, I invite you to join in at any time with any additional comments that you may have. So the visual that is up on the screen right now is basically the shortcut version of becoming an affiliate with the Parents as Teachers evidence-based model. Next slide, please. So how does PAT work? And what is the path that a provider follows in order to become an affiliate? The first step in the implementation of the model is completing what is called an affiliate plan. The plan really is a very comprehensive document that has design elements in it to basically say how the provider plans to implement the process that Parents as Teachers expects. Secondly is staff training. So home visitors and supervisors are all engaged in a fairly rigorous staff training program. Most recently, it has been done virtually, and the expectation is that it encompasses about a 40-hour time commitment. Once the staff has completed the training, they are then able to utilize the Parents as Teachers curriculum and provide and offer that the resources in the curriculum to the families that they are working with. The fees for the Parents as Teachers program are fairly hefty, I would say. So to begin with, per staff person, the training for both the model and the foundational trainings would run about $1,600 with an additional fee of about $2,000 in becoming an affiliate. Next slide, please. So how does the model become part of the work that you do? The model is really framed around 4 components that are listed here. Personal visits, which, are always where the family is most comfortable. With COVID, we have all been offering visits virtually. Most recently, however, we're thrilled to be back visiting families in their homes or visiting families outdoors. Wherever their comfort level is where the visit takes place. A second component is the group connections, which oftentimes you may hear referred to as either play groups or socialization groups. And similar to other models, the expectation is that the group connections are offered minimally on a monthly basis, and engage families in getting to know each other, giving children activities to do, and basically having a good, fun time together. Child screenings is another component, again, very similar to other models. No doubt most people are familiar with the Ages and Stages questionnaire that is completed with families and children. And recently as well, here at Day Kimball, we have actively engaged in utilizing the Sparkler program, and families are beginning to really enjoy that as an option. And the fourth component, resource network, is really, again, similar to other models and entails connecting families with the resources that are out there that match the needs that they have. Diaper banks, food banks, WIC, housing resources, any number of partnerships that we engage and encourage. Next slide, please. So the goals that the Parents as Teachers model has as a support to those components include increasing parent knowledge of early childhood development, providing, again, that early detection of developmental delays and health issues. Also, again, repetitive, preventing child abuse and neglect. And lastly, increasing children's school readiness and school success. I particularly want to look at the goal of preventing child abuse and neglect and cite a fairly recent research study back in 2018 that was actually conducted in Connecticut, and it was one of the largest studies of its kind, having 8,000 families involved. And what the researchers found was that there was a 22% decreased likelihood of a substantiated case of maltreatment when a family was receiving home visiting services. So kudos to Connecticut. Next slide, please. So what does a PAT home visit look like? Home visitors for every visit develop what is called a planning guide. And the guide really is a roadmap for them in working with their families, and focuses on 3 basic tenets, being parent-child interaction, developmental centered parenting, and family well-being. And most importantly, having fun, laughter, and play. Because as we all know, play is an extraordinarily powerful tool that impacts every area of focus that we are concerned with. Next slide, please. And finally, the fidelity and quality of the PAT model is something that we address on a regular basis. data collection and record keeping. Parents as Teachers actually has its own internal data collection system that some of you may be familiar with called Penelope. At Kimball, however, we have opted not to use that data system, but we are currently using a data system that is referred to as Visit Tracker Data Keeper. And the data collection looks at 21 essential requirements that are part of the service delivery, and there are measurements that are established for each one of those 21 elements. On an annual basis, parents as teachers, our affiliates are expected to submit a performance report that is reflective of those requirements and makes a determination about whether or not the fidelity and quality of the model has been adhered to. Next slide, please. And thank you for your time and your attention. Oh, I made it I'm a minute over. I apologize for that, and hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Chris. If people can just stand for one more sharing from Even Start, we're going to have Liza. She's not from Help from Kids. Haley must have the wrong slide, or Jen has the wrong older slide. Even Start is from our New London Adult Education. So Liza, if you want to share.
Sure. Even Start is a 2-gen program, and it has 5 components. The first one is adult education. So for a family to be involved with us, they have to basically be a student in one of the particular areas, which would be either adult high school credit diploma, GED preparation either in English or in Spanish, ESL, so English as a second language, citizenship, or the IBEST programs. And the IBEST programs is basically certification programs like CNA, culinary, and auto workshop. Those are some of the IBEST programs that we do. The other component would be early childhood education. And for that, we have a NIAC accredited program that provides early childhood education for our kids that can be from birth to preschool age. They prepare them for, future academic success. They do developmental assessments through ages and stages, which is done in the program in the center and followed up with the home visit as well. And we do referrals as we need to based on their development in the center. Our next component will be our parenting and home visiting, which is we have parenting classes every week. We meet with the parents individually every week. We go over nutrition, discipline, resources, connect them to other agencies. We share experiences between parents and how things have worked. We also do workshops with other agencies, like Lawrence Memorial has come in and done workshops, the fire department, the Coast Guard, and providers in the community come in to provide workshops for the parents. And the home visits happen once a month, and unless the family is going through crises, and we will do an additional home visit. But in addition to that, we see our parents every day because our program is housed within the adult education building. So while they're coming to classes, if there's anything that they need to talk to us about, we can schedule a meeting right in the building, and if there's a need for a follow-up home visit in addition to the regular monthly visit, that also happens. Then we have interactive literacy, which is the parent and the child together doing theme activities and followed up with whatever they're learning within their early childhood education. We are continuously going through the curriculum that the center uses and how they're developing and what activities the parent could be implementing at home to ensure that they're meeting the benchmarks and the ages and stages they're where they need to be developmentally. Some of our outcomes, well, before I go to the outcomes, let me tell you the type of families that we serve. So 35% of our families have less than high school education. 66% have high school but no diploma. 61% are non-English language speakers, and 85% are below poverty income levels. And then for some of our outcomes, 76% of our kids score 12 or more points in the ages and stages after being in our program. And they can be in our program anytime from 6 months, or would be a school semester, to a whole academic year. I mean, depending on whatever the goal is for that family. We meet the family where they're at, and from there we develop the goals for the program. So they attain their educational goals or become full partners in their child's education, implementing the fact that they're the children's first teacher, and we also use the parents as teachers, which was just discussed. And they make progress towards their developmental milestones, and the parent and the child grow together as lifelong learners. Currently, there are 3 in the state. One is in Middletown, mine in New London, and in Torrington. I know I went really fast, so if you have any questions, let me know.
Sorry to talk keeps going on and off mute. Thank you so much, Liza. This is really helpful, and we're excited to have you under our home visiting unit. So does anyone have any questions and comments? And I thank you all for staying a little beyond the 11:30 end, but I want to open the floor up for any questions, thoughts, or comments from today's opening session. And if not, we will look for, how do families get referred to Even Start is a question.
Okay, so usually when the family comes in to register for adult education, part of the registration, some of the questions are, do you have children? Do you need transportation? Do you need childcare? Do you need parenting education? That's part of the registration. So that's one of them, the main referral sources. But we have other agencies that have referred to us, like Head Start refers to us, DCF refers to us. So basically, anybody can refer to us. Mm-hmm.
Great. Any other questions from the group? And if not, we thank you for attending today's opening session. We look forward to seeing you all this afternoon for our first of the 2 rate card sessions. The second one is next week. But rate card overview number 1 is this afternoon, and we have a 1:30 start for that. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, we're just asking people to stand by. The session doesn't start at 1:30. Thank you. And please, if you can, mute yourself. Thanks.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. We'll be starting shortly. Thanks.